Some regrets do not arrive like storms. They do not break down the door in daylight. They do not always announce themselves while the hands are busy, while the errands are being done, while the face still knows how to smile and nod and answer simple questions. Instead, they wait. They wait until the room is dim, until the cup is empty, until the dishes are clean and the last task of the day has been put away. They wait until the body has lowered itself into bed and the world has finally grown quiet enough for old thoughts to be heard again. Then they return. A sentence said too sharply. A sentence never said at all. A doorway left in anger. A hand not taken. A face remembered too late. A moment the mind has replayed so often that it has begun to feel brighter than the present. Many people think regret lives only in memory, but often it lives in the body. It lives in the jaw that does not unclench, in the chest that stays faintly tight long after the day has ended, in the breath that never fully drops, in the way the mind circles the same unfinished place, as though one more turn might finally change what has already happened. Tonight, these Buddhist stories are for that part of you, not to accuse it, not to scold it, not to force it into instant peace, only to sit beside it for a while, and perhaps to loosen its grip a little, because tonight is not about undoing the past. It is not about finding the perfect explanation, the perfect apology, the perfect sentence that would finally make every old ache fold itself neatly away. It is about something gentler. It is about learning that regret does not always soften when the past changes. Sometimes it softens when the heart grows tired of kneeling before the same closed gate. So if there is something in your life you still revisit, some choice, some word, some loss, some silence, let these stories keep you company tonight. There will be 7 of them, 7 different doors into regret, 7 different ways the human heart tries to hold what cannot be held. And perhaps, by the end, one quieter way of resting. So let the room grow dim around you. Let your shoulders drop a little. Let the breath become unhurried. And come with me now into the first story. Story 1. The Letter Never Sent. There was once an old schoolmaster who kept, in a cedar box, 32 versions of the same letter. He lived alone at the edge of a small town where the roofs leaned low beneath winter rain and the streets smelled of tea leaves, damp paper, and smoke from cooking fires in the evening. His house was narrow and orderly. 2 rooms, a writing desk polished by year of wrists and sleeves, a shelf of inkstones, 3 hanging scrolls, each more faded than the last, a kettle that clicked softly before boiling, one potted pine by the window that had outlived friendships, fashions, governments, and the strength of his knees. His name was Harun. Each evening, after sweeping the floor and rinsing the same blue cup he had used for years, he lit a lamp and opened the cedar box. Inside lay folded papers tied with thread. He untied them carefully, as though each page contained something fragile enough to bruise from touch. Then he read. The first version had been written when his hand was steadier and his hair still held black at the temples. The final version had been written only 2 months before, with fingers slightly bent by age and winter stiffness. Between them, the words changed in 100 small ways. In one version, he began formally, in another, tenderly, in another, with a confession so direct it frightened him into rewriting the entire page. The letter was addressed to his younger sister. Her name was Emmy. They had not spoken in 23 years. When their mother died, grief did not join them, it divided them. Such things happen more often than the world admits. People imagine sorrow makes a family gentle with itself. Sometimes it does. Sometimes it sharpens every old crack until the whole house begins to split along lines that were already there. Harun had been the older one, the proper one, the one who managed documents, spoke to neighbors, arranged offerings, decided which things should be kept and which should be given away. Emmy had been the softer one, though he would not have called her that then. She was simply, in his eyes, impractical, too attached to objects, too slow to sort clothing, too full of tears when lists needed to be made. The argument began with their mother's comb. It ended with years of silence. There had been other things beneath it, of course. There are always other things beneath it. The comb was only what grief chose as its mask. Underneath lay childhood hierarchies, old resentments, the long habit of Harun, correcting what he did not understand, the long habit of Emmy retreating when correction became contempt. On the day after the funeral, she found him wrapping the comb in cloth to place it with other objects for donation. That was hers, she said. He replied, everything was hers. What he meant was practical. What she heard was cold. Then she said something about him treating memory like inventory. He answered that someone in the family to live in the world as it was. She said he had never known how to love anything he could not organize. He said too quickly and too hard, and you have never known how to do anything except drown in feeling. The room went still. Their mother's incense still hung faintly in the air. Rain touched the eaves. Emmy looked at him with a face he would remember for the rest of his life. Not dramatic, not hateful, simply altered, as if something had closed behind her eyes and would not reopen. She took the comb from his hands. I think, she said. "I have spent enough years being arranged by you." Then she left. At first, Harun expected time to mend the break automatically. He told himself she needed space. That grief made everyone theatrical. That once a month passed, or 2 months, or the next season she would write, and the proper reply could be made, and the family surface restored. She did not write. He did not write either. Pride has many costumes. In the young, it often looks like heat. In the aging, it can look like patience. Years went by. He heard of her through others. She had moved farther south. She taught children how to sew. She married briefly. She did not stay married. She lived now with 2 cats and an aunt whose hearing was failing. She had been ill one winter but recovered. She kept to herself. She had grown quieter. Each piece of news entered Harun's life like a small bird tapping once at the window, then vanishing. He would think, "I should write." Then another thought would follow. But what is the right first sentence after 23 years? And because no sentence felt sufficient, he wrote none. That is how the cedar box began. The first letter came on a summer night, thick with insect sound. He wrote, "Dear Emmy, I have long regretted the last words I spoke to you. Too stiff." He folded it away. The second began, "My sister, I do not know if I have the right to write after so many years." Too self-dramatic. The third became a page and a half about their mother. Too indirect. The fourth apologized so elaborately that even he could hear vanity in it. The fifth was angry without admitting anger. The sixth was tender in a way that felt stolen from someone braver. By the seventh, he had begun revising, not because he did not know what he felt, but because he could not bear to feel it all at once. The letter became a room he entered nightly in order to avoid stepping into the actual weather of his own remorse. This is one of the quieter uses of regret. Sometimes we call it sincerity. Sometimes we call it caution. Sometimes we say we are waiting for the right words. But very often we are only trying to delay the nakedness of being real. In town, Harun was respected. Former students bowed to him at the market. A grocer sent him oranges in late winter because he had once helped the grocer's son prepare for examinations. Children passed his gate and lowered their voices because everyone knew he had spent his life with books. Even the monks at the nearby temple greeted him by name when he came to light incense for his mother's memorial days. Yet each night he sat before the cedar box, like a man who had built himself a shrine, not to love, but to postponement. One autumn, when the maple leaves had begun sticking wetly to the stone road, and the light left the afternoons earlier than seemed reasonable, Harun carried one version of the letter to the temple and asked to see the oldest monk there. The monk was called Ryosen. He was thin, with a face lined so finely it seemed carved by years of weather rather than age. His robe smelled faintly of sandalwood smoke and clean cotton dried in wind. He had a habit of listening without moving much at all, which made impatient people reveal themselves too quickly in his presence. Harun bowed and presented the folded letter. "I cannot send this," he said. Ryosen did not open it. "Why not?" "Because it is not right yet." The old monk rested the letter on his knee. Not honest, not kind, not clear. Harun hesitated. "Not sufficient." Ryosen nodded once, as if hearing something familiar and not especially rare. "Sufficient for what?" Harun looked toward the temple garden where a basin reflected a torn patch of skin to justify the years. There are times when the truth arrives so cleanly that it startles the speaker more than the listener. He had not planned to say that. But once spoken, it remained between them with no wish to retreat. Ryosen was quiet for a long time. A breeze moved across the veranda and brought with it the smell of wet earth and pine bark. Then the monk said, "You are not writing a letter. You are trying to construct a bridge strong enough to carry 23 years without creaking." Harun lowered his eyes. "Yes. And because such a bridge cannot be made from language alone, you keep rewriting the planks." Harun gave a small, tired laugh. "Then what am I to do?" Ryosen lifted the letter. "You may send an imperfect truth," he said, "or keep worshipping a perfect one that does not exist." Harun swallowed. "What if she does not answer?" "Then she does not answer." "What if she does not forgive me?" "Then she does not forgive you." The old monk placed the letter back in Harun's hands. "And what if," Ryosen added, "the deepest use of this letter is not that it arrives, but that it has shown you exactly what you still cannot bear to confess, that you wounded someone you loved. And no sentence will make that fact small enough to manage comfortably." The words passed through Harun like cold water, not because they were cruel, because they were not. Cruelty can be resisted. Clarity must usually be absorbed. That evening, Harun did not open the cedar box. He set it beside the lamp and watched it as night deepened. The box seemed smaller than he remembered. Or perhaps the years suddenly seemed larger. He thought of Emmy holding the comb, of his mother's incense lingering in the room, of the way a life can be bent, not only by disasters, but by a handful of sentences said without tenderness. Then he untied the bundle and read each letter one final time. By the 15th version, he could hear his own vanity. By the 20th, his fear. By the 26th, his wish not merely to apologize, but to be seen as someone worthy of having apologized beautifully. By the 32nd, he could hardly breathe for the weariness of it. Near midnight, he carried the letters outside to the small stone basin where he washed brushes in summer. The moon had not fully risen. The yard was silver only at the edges. Somewhere beyond the houses a dog barked once, then again. The town's late quiet had that strange texture all old towns have. Not silence, but layered rest. A ladle touched a pot in some distant kitchen. A shutter latched. A bicycle wheel clicked over stone and vanished. Harun knelt by the basin. He did not burn the letters dramatically. He did not pray over them in a voice thick with revelation. He simply untied them page by page and let the water take the ink where it could. Some lines blurred at once, some held longer, some dark strokes remained almost intact, while the paper itself softened at the edges. He watched until the words became shapes, and the shapes became threads, and the threads became pulp against water. Then, for the first time in 23 years, he took out a blank page. On it he wrote only this: Emmy, I have delayed writing because I wanted a better letter than truth would allow. I spoke to you cruelly after our mother died. I have carried that for many years. I do not ask you to make it lighter for me. I only wanted, at last, to stop hiding from it. I hope your life has contained more gentleness than I gave you then. Harun. He looked at the page for a long time. It was not sufficient. It did not justify the years. It did not build a bridge large enough for everything that had been lost. But it was true. And sometimes truth, when small enough to survive being sent, is kinder than perfection. At dawn, he carried the letter to the post road. He did not watch it leave. He returned home, set water to boil, and noticed with surprise that the cedar box, now empty, did not look tragic. It looked relieved. That night, he did not sleep perfectly. Sleep does not reward moral effort so cleanly. But when he woke near midnight, he did not feel the old compulsion to rise and improve a sentence. The letter was no longer a room he had to enter. It had become what it should have been all along, a simple, imperfect act of facing what he had done. And though the world remained unchanged in every visible way, the pine at the window, the blue cup, the narrow hall, the same winter waiting beyond the month, something in him had ceased kneeling before an unsent page. That, for one night, was enough. Story 2. The Harsh Words. Spoken too quickly. In a village where evenings smelled of steamed rice, river mud, and wood smoke, there lived a woman who could remember one sentence more clearly than she could remember whole years of her life. Her name was Lian. She was 51 when the sentence returned most often, but it had been spoken when she was 26, standing barefoot in her mother's kitchen, with rainwater still damp on the hem of her skirt and impatience burning hotter in her chest than the small coal stove near the wall. The sentence itself was not long. Cruelty rarely needs length. It had taken only a breath to speak and less than a breath to wound. Yet for the next 25 years, it lived in her body with an intimacy that astonished her. There were whole seasons she could barely reconstruct. Harvests, illnesses, guests, market days, weddings, one flood, one drought, several birthdays that had passed with noodle soup and tired laughter. But that sentence remained. The room remained. The blue bowl on the table remained. Her mother's face remained. The mind is strange in what it preserves. Some people think regret proves love, others think it proves weakness. More often, it proves only that the heart does not know what else to do with pain that has nowhere left to travel. Lean had not always been a woman given to replay. When she was young, she moved through the world quickly, with a brightness that could look like joy from a distance and like restlessness from up close. She laughed easily. She spoke fast. She could carry 2 baskets at once and still arrive first at the market gate. Neighbors said she had spirit. Her mother, who had fewer romantic ideas about temperament, said she had weather inside her. At 26, Leanne lived with her parents, her younger brother, and her brother's wife in a long, narrow house where privacy was a rumor more than a fact. Someone was always washing rice, drying herbs, mending sleeves, sorting fish, or arguing softly about money. Her father had already grown quiet from age, but her mother still ruled the household through rhythm more than command. She knew how long vegetables should rest in salt, how many breaths to wait before lifting a pot lid, how to hear from another room whether a child was crying from hunger or from shame. Lean loved her mother. This is important. Not because love prevents harm, it often does not, but because later regret can become warped when it forgets the whole field and focuses only on the broken branch. Her mother was not easy. She corrected often. She noticed everything. She had a way of letting silence do the work of criticism when words would have been kinder, but she also kept the best portion of broth for anyone who had been working hardest. She sat up through fevers. She mended hems before dawn. She remembered without ever writing it down who disliked sesame and who could not sleep after green tea. That year had been difficult. Leanne's engagement had recently ended in a way no one in the house knew how to discuss without making it worse. Her former fiancé had not betrayed her spectacularly enough to justify rage, nor loved her faithfully enough to justify longing. He had simply drifted, first in letters, then in visits, then in tone, finally in fact. This kind of grief is often underestimated because it lacks a proper villain. But the body does not care whether pain is dramatically earned. At the same time, debts in the household had grown. Her brother's child was often ill. Her father's cough had deepened. Rain had spoiled half the sacks of grain stored by the back room. Sleep had become thin for everyone. On the evening it happened, Lian returned from the market later than usual, wet from rain and carrying too much. Her shoulders ached. One sandal strap had cut into the skin above her heel. She had spent the afternoon hearing pity in voices that probably only held curiosity. When she entered the kitchen, her mother looked up from slicing ginger and said, "You overpaid for greens again." That was all. Not an attack, not a sermon, just one sentence placed badly into an already full heart. Lian set the basket down harder than she meant to. "I know what things cost." Her mother continued slicing. "Then why do you come home each week with less?" Rain tapped against the shutters. The stove gave off a low, steady heat. Her brother moved somewhere in the back room. A child coughed in sleep. There are evenings when the smallest domestic question lands on a hidden bruise with the exact pressure needed to turn discomfort into injury. Lian heard in her mother's words, not worry but judgment, not concern but insult. She heard behind the question about greens 100 older questions. Why are you not married? Why are you still here? Why are you so easily disappointed? Why can you not bear life more gracefully? Her mother may have meant none of these. That did not matter in the moment. What we hear under stress is often a language made partly of memory. Lian turned. Her face was hot. Her hands smelled of damp greens and rope fiber from the market handles. Her chest had that bright, dangerous emptiness that comes just before words leap without asking permission. And then she said it. "If all you know how to give is criticism," she said, "then maybe silence would have made you a kinder mother." The kitchen stopped. Even rain seemed to draw back for a beat. Her mother did not drop the knife, did not gasp, did not slap her. The older woman only stood very still, one hand resting on the board, ginger half cut beneath the blade. Then she said quietly, "Take the child's blankets in from the line before they soak through." Nothing in the sentence acknowledged what had been said. That made it harder to bear. Lian stood there, waiting for an argument, for a wound in return that would at least restore symmetry. None came. So she snatched the basket, pushed the door with more force than necessary, and went out into the rain-dark yard where the blankets were already heavy with water. By the time she came back inside, her mother had finished cooking. No apology was spoken that night. And because domestic life is ruthless in its continuity, morning came with rice to wash, broth to warm, errands to run, and a child needing medicine. Her mother behaved neither warmly nor coldly. She simply continued. Lian, ashamed now and unable to find the right entry back into tenderness, also continued. This is how many regrets are born. Not from the injury alone, but from the ordinary days that follow it too quickly. A week later, her mother developed a fever. 2 months later, the fever returned, heavier. By winter, the cough had set in. By the following planting season, her mother was dead. There had been no dramatic deathbed reckoning, No scene in which the room emptied and the two of them spoke openly while incense drifted upward and the whole logic of regret arranged itself neatly into one last meaningful exchange. Life is almost never so artistically merciful. There were broth bowls, wet cloths, herbs pounded in a stone mortar, sleepless nights, family members speaking in practical tones because fear could not be fed directly for too long without exhausting everyone. And once near the end, her mother asking if the child's blankets had been brought in before the storm. That was all. Years passed. Lean married late, then was widowed early. She raised 2 children into adulthood. She learned how to salt fish properly, how to bargain harder in the market, how to tell by touch whether a child's forehead was dangerous or only warm, how to keep going through years in which no one praised the simple act of continuing. She also learned how one sentence can settle into the body like a splinter too small to see and too deep to remove neatly. At night, especially during the rainy season, the kitchen returned. The blue bowl, the sliced ginger, the rain on the shutters, the words. Sometimes she replayed the scene in order to change herself. In one version, she laughed and answered lightly. In another, she admitted her tiredness and cried in her mother's arms. In another, she simply stepped outside before speaking. In another, she said nothing at all. Yet every version ended the same way, with waking, with darkness, with the knowledge that no amount of mental revision alters a past moment already woven into time. One monsoon evening, when the frogs had begun their loud, wet chorus beyond the road, and every surface in the house seemed touched by damp, Lian walked to a small temple beyond the rice fields and asked if she might help in the kitchen. The temple cook, an old nun called Sister Tao, was famous in the district for 2 things: clear broth and inconvenient honesty. She accepted help from anyone, but allowed self-pity from no one. For several evenings, Lian chopped vegetables under Sister Tao's direction without speaking much. The nun corrected knife angle, posture, wastefulness, and once the way Lian rinsed herbs as if apologizing to the water. Then, on the 5th evening, while cutting scallions beside an open window blurred with rain, Lian began to speak. Not elegantly, not in a flowing confession that proved she had arranged her pain into insight. She spoke in pieces. One sentence, then silence, then another. The old nun listened while skimming foam from the broth. When Lian finally repeated the cruel sentence aloud, "Maybe silence would have made you a kinder mother," her own mouth seemed to resist the shape of the words, as if they had soured further with time. Sister Tao did not comfort her immediately. She looked into the pot. "Do you believe repeating it every night has become an act of love?" she asked. Lian stared. "I don't know." The nun stirred once. Many people do this. They think if they keep hurting, they are proving they have not forgotten. Rain ran off the roof in silver strands. The broth released ginger, star anise, onion. Lien swallowed. Should I forget? No. Sister Tao lifted the ladle and let the broth fall back. But forgetting and worshiping are not the only choices. The words entered slowly. The nun went on. A harsh sentence was spoken, that is true. Remorse is appropriate. That is also true. But now you have fed that moment 25 years of life. You have sat it at your table, warmed it, turned it over, offered it more breath than some living people ever receive. At what point does remorse stop being honest sorrow and become devotion to self-punishment? Lien felt something twist in her chest, because shame often hides inside thoughts that sound morally serious. For a long time she had believed her replaying was a form of fidelity, proof that she understood the weight of what she had done. But fidelity to pain is not the same as fidelity to truth. And truth, when looked at fully, included more than one sentence. It included the years her mother had fed her. It included the hours spent rubbing her legs, warm during fevers as a child. It included songs hummed over vegetables. It included criticism, yes, and difficulty, yes, and narrowness, and old family hardness. But it also included labor, care, memory, and ordinary devotion. A whole relationship is rarely best described by its worst 5 seconds. That night, Sister Tao sent her home with a covered bowl of broth. "Drink while it's hot," she said, "and tonight, when the sentence comes, do not argue with it. Just place one other memory beside it, not to excuse it, to keep it from becoming God." So Lien did. She lay awake and heard the old words again, but this time beside them she placed another image, her mother wringing water from a cloth and laying it across a fevered forehead. The next night she placed another, her mother mending a sleeve under weak lamplight. The next night another, her mother pushing the best piece of fish into Lien's bowl without comment. The sentence remained. It did not dissolve, but it stopped sitting alone in the center of the room. Weeks later, when rain returned with the same wet insistence that had once made the old kitchen scene unbearable, Lien noticed that her jaw did not lock the same way. The body had not forgotten. It had simply begun at last to make more space around what it remembered. And in that widened space, regret lost some of its authority. Not all, but enough that sleep could approach without being forced to walk through the same sentence every night. That too was a kind of mercy. Story 3. The Child Who Chose Pride Over Tenderness. There was once a boy who remembered more vividly than the face of his first teacher or the taste of his favorite childhood fruit. One evening when he refused to turn back, his name was Neuron. When he was young, he believed regret must announce itself through large events. Funerals, disasters, accusations spoken publicly, doors slammed so hard, the whole house seemed to feel it. He did not yet know that some of the deepest regrets enter quietly, disguised as ordinary stubbornness. The village of his childhood lay between low hills and a narrow river that ran shallow in summer and brown with force in the rains. Houses stood on packed earth, their eaves close enough in some places that neighbors could pass bowls across alleyways. Dogs slept wherever shade fell longest. Banana leaves flashed silver green after storms. Smoke from evening cook fires always seemed to gather first near the shrine, as if even the wind respected old ritual rotes. Neuron's family was neither poor enough to be pitied nor prosperous enough to relax. They lived as many families do, one harvest ahead of worry in good years, one illness behind in bad ones. His father was stern in the practical way of men who think tenderness weakens discipline. His mother carried warmth more quietly. She laughed less than other women, but her attention had a softness in it. She noticed when his collar rubbed the skin of his neck raw. She noticed which nights he pretended not to be afraid of thunder. She noticed when he lingered by the doorway, wanting to say something and lacking the courage to form it. She also understood his pride early. He was the kind of child who would rather limp in secret than admit the sandal strap was cutting him, the kind who would answer nothing when something was clearly wrong, the kind who, if corrected in front of others, hardened instantly as though his whole body had been wrapped in bark. This pride was not malice. It was fear wearing armor before it had learned the cost. When Neuron was 12, an outbreak of fever passed through the village. Some recovered in days, others in weeks. A few did not recover at all. The air that season seemed filled with boiled herbs, damp cloth, whispered instructions, footsteps at odd hours, and the weary sound of adults trying not to alarm children while alarm sat visibly in their faces. Neuron's mother fell ill near the end of the rains. At first she stayed upright, tending chores slowly, pausing to catch her breath between simple tasks. Then one afternoon, she did not rise from the sleeping mat. The house dimmed around that fact in ways no lamp could change. His father moved with more force than necessary, as men often do when frightened. Bowls knocked harder against tables, doors slid with clipped motions. Instructions came sharp. Neuron hated the changed air of the house. He hated the smell of boiled roots. He hated the sound of visiting women lowering their voices when he entered. He hated the way adults looked at him as if he had become fragile without permission. Most of all, he hated helplessness. On the fourth evening of the fever, after rain had cleared and left the whole sky rinsed pale gold behind the hills, He came home from the river later than he had been told. He had spent the afternoon pretending to fish with other boys while actually throwing stones at reeds and saying almost nothing. When he entered the house, his father turned from the doorway of the back room and said, "Your mother asked for you." Something in the sentence made him instantly defensive. He shrugged. "I'm here now." His father's jaw shifted. "Then go in." Niran did not move right away. He stood by the wall, removing mud from one heel with the toe of the other foot, trying to produce the impression of indifference. The gesture was absurd, even then. But boys often choose absurd gestures when dignity feels threatened. From the back room, his mother called Sally, "Niran." Her voice sounded smaller than usual. That frightened him. So naturally, he became colder. He stepped into the room. The mat had been moved closer to the open window for air. A bowl of water stood beside the bed. Cloths hung over the chair back. The room smelled of bitter medicine and wet cotton. Evening light crossed the floorboards in one long slant, making dust visible where normally it would have gone unnoticed. His mother turned her head toward him. She looked thinner, though in truth only a few days had passed. Fever changes the face not always by removing flesh, but by altering how life sits behind it. "Come here," she said. He stayed near the doorway. "I have to wash," he muttered. "You can wash after." There was no command in her voice, only request. That made him more rigid. A child often senses tenderness as danger when tenderness arrives at the edge of loss. He said, "Not a little child." "No," she answered, "you aren't." The evening light moved slightly higher along the wall. Outside, someone led 2 goats down the lane. Their bells gave small, tired clinks. Somewhere a pot lid lifted. Somewhere a woman laughed, too loudly for the narrowness of the hour, then caught herself and quieted. His mother watched him. Not sadly. That would have been easier. Not reproachfully either. Simply with the open patience of someone leaving the door, unlatched one final time. "Then stand there if you like," she said. "But let me look at you." He hated that sentence, not because it was harsh, because it asked nothing clever of him, no defense, no performance, no useful task, only presence. And presence for a proud child can be more difficult than obedience. So he crossed his arms. He looked toward the window instead of at her. And when she said after a while, "Have you eaten?" he answered with a tone so flat it nearly cut the room in half, "I'm not hungry." She waited. Then, perhaps gathering strength from somewhere deep and nearly used up, she said, "Niran, come here." Later in life, he would remember the exact space between her words, the shape of his name in that room, the way the air felt as though it were holding itself still. He could have gone. He could have taken 3 steps. He could have knelt. He could have let her touch his hair as she had when he was smaller. He could have said, "I'm scared." He could have said nothing and simply crossed the distance. Instead, he replied, "You always call me when I'm busy." Then he turned and walked out. He did not go far, only to the outer step, where he sat with his elbows on his knees, staring into the yard, as though the hibiscus bushes contained some urgent philosophy unavailable indoors. His father came out once, looked at him, and almost spoke, then did not. The sky darkened. Fireflies began near the ditch. Rice was served. A bowl was set beside him. He did not eat much. That night his mother worsened. By morning the fever had broken into something colder and more frightening. By the next evening she no longer had strength to call him by name. She lived 3 more days. During those 3 days he entered the room often enough to be counted present, but not once. With the abandoned tenderness he had denied her that evening. People think children forgive themselves easily because they move quickly back into games, seasons, growth. This is sometimes true. But just as often, a child will carry one withheld gesture for decades without knowing how to name the weight. Niran became a disciplined young man, then an accomplished one. He left the village. He studied in a town farther north. He became known for seriousness. Later, he entered temple life for a time, though not permanently. Those who met him as an adult described him as composed, thoughtful, and somewhat distant in the first hour of acquaintance. Some found him comforting. Others found him difficult to read. He married late, loved his wife carefully, raised 1 daughter, and discovered in fatherhood a strange fear of softness. Not because he disdained it, but because every time it rose naturally in him, some old part of the body remembered a doorway not crossed. Regret makes many people sentimental. In others, it makes tenderness seem urgent and dangerous at once. For Niran, it became both. He was good at bringing fruit when someone was ill, good at paying for medicine, good at fixing shutters before storms, good at practical love. But whenever sorrow asked him for unguarded closeness, something inside still wanted to stand at the threshold with crossed arms. When his own daughter was 10, she fell from a low tree and bruised her leg badly. He carried her inside, cleaned the scrape, wrapped it, checked her forehead repeatedly through the evening, though she had no fever. All this he did with competence. Then at bedtime she looked at him with tears, not from pain now, but from the simple aftershock that follows being frightened, and reached both hands toward him. It was the smallest of gestures, ordinary, the kind done and answered 1,000 times in homes all over the world. Yet it entered him like a bell. For one suspended second, he was no longer in his own house. He was 12 again, standing in a room smelling of medicine and late sunlight, being asked to come closer and refusing. He sat down so abruptly his daughter startled. Then he gathered her against his chest and held her with a force he hoped did not feel like fear. She relaxed almost immediately. Children forgive adults their interior storms. as long as the arms around them do not shake too much. But Naran sat there long after she slept, and for the first time he understood something his years of intelligence had not yet managed to phrase cleanly. Regret is not always attached to what we did in action. Sometimes it attaches to tenderness we would not permit. The next month he traveled back to his childhood village for the annual memorial rites. The house had passed to relatives and changed in all the predictable ways. A wall replastered, the old water jar replaced, the hibiscus gone, the sleeping room smaller than memory, the doorway lower, the lane outside narrower. Time alters space by first altering the body that returns to it. That evening he stayed after the others left and sat alone in the room where his mother had once called him closer. The window stood open. A late season breeze moved the hanging cloth slightly. From outside came insects, the wash of the river farther off, and the occasional footstep of someone crossing the lane in sandals. He did not ask forgiveness of the empty room. Not exactly. Instead, he spoke aloud the thing he had not understood as a child. "I thought if I came closer," he said, "I would have to feel everything." His own voice startled him. He looked at the doorway where he had once stood so hard and small. "And I thought, if I did not come closer, I could keep myself intact." The room, like most rooms that have witnessed human sorrow, offered no correction, only quiet. After a while he added, "I have spent many years learning that distance is not the same thing as strength." A moth touched the wall near the lamp and fluttered away. The floor cooled beneath him, and in the simple act of saying the true thing, not that he had been cruel exactly, but that he had been afraid and mistaken pride for protection, something in the old knot loosened, not dissolved, loosened. The past remained. His mother had still died with one unlived moment between them. No philosophy could alter that. Yet he saw now that the deepest fidelity to that lost tenderness was not to punish himself forever for a boy's fear. It was to become forward in time, the kind of man who crossed rooms when love asked him to. When he returned home, his daughter ran to the gate and showed him a chipped clay bird she had painted while he was away. He knelt in the dust of the yard to admire it as if it were treasure. His wife laughed and told him to stand up before his knees complained. He smiled and did not stand immediately. That night, lying in darkness, beside the familiar breathing of those he loved, he felt the old doorway appear once more in memory. But this time it did not close. It remained open long enough for him to understand that some regrets are quiet teachers. They do not ask to be erased. They ask to be answered differently in the life that remains. And because of that, sleep came nearer than it had in many years. There are regrets that cling to speech, and regrets that cling to silence. There are regrets made of sharp words, and regrets made of gestures withheld so quietly that no one else would have noticed them had the heart not continued noticing for years. The old schoolmaster thought he needed the perfect letter. The woman in the kitchen thought the sentence would define her forever. The boy at the doorway thought distance could protect him from feeling what tenderness would require. All three were mistaken in different ways, but their mistakes were not rare. Many human beings spend whole portions of their lives trying to solve regret by returning to the scene of it mentally, adjusting its details, polishing its phrasing, or kneeling before one terrible moment, as though repetition itself were a form of devotion. Sometimes this happens because the mind wants control, sometimes because the heart wants justice, sometimes because grief prefers any movement, even circular movement, to admitting that some things cannot be redone. And yet there is another way of seeing these returns. Perhaps the heart revisits such moments not because it loves pain, but because it still longs to complete a gesture, to say what was not said, to soften where it once hardened, to stand closer where it once stood back. If so, then maybe the task is not to keep kneeling before the old moment until it blesses us. Maybe the task is to understand what gesture life is still asking of us now. A truth sent at last. A sentence no longer worshipped. A tenderness practiced forward. The night is long enough for many kinds of remembering, so let these next stories move deeper still into memories that became shrines, into lateness, into control, mistaken for care, into apologies that cannot undo, yet still matter. There is no need to hurry. The heart loosens in its own time. Story 4. The Woman Who Kept Visiting. One Memory. There was a woman who returned night after night to the same afternoon in early autumn, not because it had been the happiest afternoon of her life, not because it contained obvious catastrophe, but because she had become convinced that somewhere inside its light, its air, its arrangement of small details, there remained an answer she had failed to collect while living it the first time. Her name was Mara. She lived in a stone house on the edge of a town where chestnut trees lined the upper road and bells from the convent reached the market square only when the wind came from the north. She embroidered altar cloths for income and mended finer garments for families with more money than patience. Her eyesight remained keen enough to thread dark needles at dusk. Her joints, however, had begun to register weather several hours before clouds fully arrived. The memory she revisited belonged to the year she was 34. She had loved a man named Ivo. That much was simple. Everything after became one of those human arrangements too complex to summarize without flattening what mattered. He had been neither faithless enough to become a villain, nor devoted enough to become a shelter. He had been earnest, then uncertain, present, then divided, loving in the moments he understood himself, distant in the moments he did not. There are relationships that end with betrayal, there are relationships that end with death, and there are those that end because two people stand together at a threshold. Neither is brave enough to cross at the same hour. Such endings create a particular species of regret, because the mind never receives a clean object to hate. It receives ambiguity. And ambiguity is fertile ground for replay. The afternoon Mara revisited had taken place in a garden behind her aunt's old house. Pear leaves had already begun to yellow, though summer warmth still held in the stones. Light moved through grapevine shadows and placed soft, shifting patterns across the table between them. Evo had arrived carrying a small paper parcel of sugared almonds from the market. She had laughed at the extravagance. He had said they were stale and discounted. She had accused him of lying poorly when trying to seem romantic. All this she remembered. Then, as evening approached, something in him changed. Not dramatically, just enough. His attention thinned. His hands rested too still on the table. Once or twice he opened his mouth, as if approaching a sentence from far away. She had felt even then that he wished to say something he could not bear to shape. She had also been tired that week, preoccupied, not in a mood to perform emotional labor for another person's vagueness. So when he finally said, "Do you ever think a life can narrow by small decisions rather than large ones?" She answered more lightly than the moment required. "Only if one is dull enough to make too many small decisions." He smiled, but with effort. Later, he left earlier than usual. 3 weeks afterward, he told her he had accepted work in another city. 2 months later, the letters became irregular, then infrequent, then polite, then absent. Nothing in the garden afternoon contained a clear declaration, a dramatic rupture, a sentence obvious enough to stand forever at the center of the story. That was precisely why Mara returned to it so often. She believed the truth had been there, hidden in plain sight, and that if she could study the memory long enough, she would locate the exact turning point at which a different response might have altered the entire shape of her life. For years, she replayed the angle of light on the table, the taste of almonds, the way his left thumb moved against the paper wrapping while he thought, the interval between his question and her answer, the pace of his footsteps leaving the garden path. She replayed it while darning sleeves, while boiling lentils, while lying awake after midnight listening to late wagons on the road. The memory grew brighter as the rest of the year faded. This is one of memory's quiet cruelties. The more often we revisit a moment, the more vivid it can become. Yet vividness is not truth. Repetition polishes certain surfaces while wearing away context. What remains may gleam, but it may no longer be whole. Mara did not think of herself as a woman devoted to suffering. In daylight, she was sensible. She paid bills on time. She bought wax before prices rose in winter. She sent broth to neighbors when illness passed down a lane. She kept proper account of thread orders. She even laughed now and then in a real and unforced way. Yet each night, if her mind was left unoccupied long enough, it returned to the garden like a pilgrim to a shrine whose god had long since gone missing. In her 40s, she married another man, a widower, gentle in habit and practical in love. He never claimed to understand every chamber of her heart, and because he did not claim this, he often understood more than those who do. Their marriage was not a sweeping cure. It was a patient life built of bread, weather, accounts, shared weariness, and occasional bursts of unexpected tenderness. They were kind to one another. And still the garden remained. Her husband died 12 years later of a lung illness that took him down season by season rather than all at once. She grieved him cleanly in the way grief sometimes allows when love has not left behind confusion. But even then, in widowhood, the autumn garden returned. Not because she loved Evo more. She knew by then that this was not the truth. It returned because the unresolved often glows more sharply than the fulfilled. One spring, while delivering repaired linens to a hillside convent, Mara paused in the herb garden where an elderly nun knelt, trimming rosemary. The nun's name was Sister Celine, and she had a face so weathered by light and prayer that it gave the impression not of severity, but of something long distilled. Mara did not intend to confess anything. She only meant to rest a moment among the bees and the resinous smell of crushed herbs. Yet stillness has a way of drawing hidden thoughts toward the surface. After several minutes, Sister Celine said without looking up, "There is a place you visit too often." Mara almost laughed from surprise. "You don't know me." The nun snipped a stem. "No. But I know the look of someone kneeling inwardly before an old room." The sentence was so accurate, Mara felt absurdly a flash of offense. Then she told the story. Not beautifully. She did not arrange it into spiritual language. She simply described the garden, the almonds, the question, the answer, the leaving, the years of return. When she finished, Sister Celine laid the rosemary in a basket and asked, "And when you revisit this afternoon, what do you hope to retrieve?" Mara stared at the gravel between her shoes. "The truth." "Which truth?" "The one that explains why everything after was what it was." The nun nodded slowly, as if acknowledging a common but hazardous wish. "And if you found it?" Mara hesitated.
then perhaps the mind would stop going back. Sister Celine smiled, though not unkindly. Memory is a poor country in which to seek final answers. It is full of weather and partial maps. Wind moved lavender stalks along the path. The bees went on with their work. The nun continued, "Sometimes a memory becomes a shrine because we keep asking it to do what only the present can do. We ask it to explain us, to absolve us, to accuse us clearly, to return to us the life that followed it. It cannot. It is only a room we left, carrying what we were able to carry at the time." Mara felt tears rise unexpectedly, not from new grief, but from the fatigue of having asked one old afternoon to remain eternally articulate. "What should I do then?" she whispered. The nun rose carefully, brushing gravel from her robe. "Visit less often," she said, "and when you do visit, do not kneel." That answer irritated Mara for 3 days. Then it began to help. She understood gradually that the memory itself was not the problem. The kneeling was, the posture of inward reverence, the assumption that one more return would reveal an answer hidden from all prior returns, the belief that the unfinished afternoon deserved a nightly offering of life. So she began a different practice. When the garden appeared, she let it appear. She did not fight it. Fighting only sharpens such things. But she also did not bow internally before it. She would note the light, the almonds, the question, the answer, the leaving. Then she would say inwardly, and almost as one might address a tired traveler, "You may remain a mystery." At first this changed nothing. Then it changed almost nothing. Then one night, many weeks later, she noticed the mind arrived at the garden and for the first time in years did not stay as long. It stood at the gate, looked once, and moved on. She lay in bed listening to late rain touch the shutters. The pillow smelled faintly of lavender soap. Somewhere in the house the old boards clicked as if settling deeper into themselves. She realized then that she had not actually wanted the garden to keep shining forever. She had only feared that if it dimmed, the life she had not lived with Evo would become finally unclaimable. But it had never been claimable. What was claimable was this room, this breath, this weathered body, the years she had actually inhabited, the kindnesses she had actually given and received. The garden did not vanish from her mind after that. It remained one of the inward rooms of her life, but it ceased to be a holy one. And once it lost its altar, it also lost some of its power to keep her awake. Story 5. The son who arrived too late. Jonas always believed there would be time enough for the final conversation. This was not because he was heartless, it was because human beings are rarely built to feel the full truth of mortality every ordinary morning. If they were, they might never rise from bed
to peel an apple, mend a gate, answer a ledger, tease a friend, or carry wood indoors before rain. Most of life depends upon a merciful illusion that the people we love, however aged, however fragile, will remain available to us slightly longer than reason guarantees. Jonas lived 2 days' travel from the farm where he had been raised. He worked in the records office of a provincial town and spent most of his hours with ledgers, licenses, grain counts, and the tedious, stabilizing machinery by which communities pretend to hold chaos at bay. He was competent, well-regarded, and slower to marry than his mother preferred. She wrote him every few weeks with short, practical letters. The roof needed patching. A cousin's child had taken vows. The apricot tree had split in one branch, but still flowered bravely. His father was coughing more but denied weakness with predictable stubbornness. Jonas loved his parents in the way many grown sons do. Honestly, incompletely, with tenderness shaped by distance and the unexamined assumption that love need not always hurry because there would be later and later again. His father had never been a verbally easy man. He worked hard, spoke plainly, and kept his affection mostly in the realm of action. He repaired without being asked, rose early, left the ripest persimmon on a plate rather than in words, criticized with alarming efficiency when something was foolish, but once, when Jonas was 16 and feverish, sat all night beside the bed changing cloths without a single complaint. Such fathers are often understood only after years have made directness impossible. The letter that summoned Jonas home arrived folded into a merchant's satchel with 3 other pieces of post. His mother's handwriting on the front was steadier than the contents deserved. Your father worsened after the last cold rain. He is asking less after the animals and more after old things. If you can come soon, come soon. Not come immediately, not this is the end, not if you delay, you will carry the delay the rest of your life. Only if you can come soon, come soon. He read the letter twice in the office, then folded it with care and slid it into his sleeve. The day was busy. A tax discrepancy needed resolving. A visiting clerk from upriver had lost half a packet of documents and blamed everyone except himself. Rain threatened, then did not arrive. Jonas told himself he would leave at dawn. At dawn, 1 mule in the yard went lame. The replacement cart had to be borrowed. By mid-morning, the clerk had returned in a panic over a misentered account. By noon, Jonas hated himself vaguely, but not yet accurately. He left anyway. The road home was long enough to allow hope and fear to trade masks 100 times. The first half-day was bright and windy. Dust rose from the lower track and coated his boots. Willow shadows moved over the road in strips. At the inn where he slept, he dreamed of childhood barns, though he could not have said why. On the second morning, the weather turned, and a cold mist thickened over the hills. Wheels slipped in ruts. Once the cart had to be unloaded and pushed free by 3 men and a boy whose help complicated more than it solved. Jonas counted hours without admitting to himself he was counting them. In his mind, he staged the coming conversation. His father would be weak but conscious. He would speak plainly at last. Perhaps not about love, that would have been out of character, but about land, work, regret, the strange speed of time, the way sons become middle-aged before fathers have learned how to say what they meant all along. Or perhaps the conversation would be small, about the apricot tree, about weather, about how the North Field always took water poorly after a hard winter. It did not matter. Jonas only wanted the chance to stand beside the bed and be there while speech was still possible. He reached the farm at dawn on the 3rd day. Mist lay low over the pasture. The gate leaned exactly as it had leaned in all his childhood seasons. The dog who met the cart was not the dog he had grown up with, but a descendant with the same suspicious bark and overlarge paws. Smoke rose from the chimney in one thin, straight line. The roof, he noticed stupidly, did indeed need patching. Then he saw the white mourning cloth tied near the door. The body knows before language does. His hands went cold. He climbed down from the cart and nearly slipped in the mud because his knees had ceased belonging to him properly. The house stood with the unbearable normalcy of houses that have already absorbed what they needed to absorb before the traveler arrived. His mother opened the door. She was not weeping. That frightened him more than tears would have. For one impossible second, he still believed he might have misread the cloth, the air, the face. Then she laid a hand against his sleeve and said, in a voice already rearranged by loss, "He died before first light yesterday. There are griefs that strike with heat. This one entered cold." Jonas did not speak. Speech requires structure, and structure had left him. His mother took his bundle as if he were suddenly again a boy, returning from school with no use for his own hands. Inside the house, the main room smelled of incense, broth gone long on the stove, damp wool, and the faint medicinal bitterness that lingers after illness has completed its work. His father had already been washed and wrapped. Neighbors had come and gone. Candles had burned low and been replaced. Cousins were expected by afternoon. The world, in other words, had continued its terrible competence without him. That was the first layer of the regret. Not only that he had missed the final hour, but that the hour had proved perfectly capable of existing without his witness. He stood beside the body and searched the face for something. Accusation, peace, unfinished intention, anything that would give shape to the blank roaring in his mind. What he saw was simply the absence of strain, a slackening, a silence in features that had once been exact in anger and exact in concentration and unexpectedly soft in sleep. His father's hands had been folded across his chest. Jonas stared at them for a long time. They were the same hands that had lifted sacks, built fences, peeled apples with one continuous strip of skin, corrected his grip on tools, knocked mud from boots, rested once on the back of his neck when fever kept him from rising. He thought absurdly. Those hands were still warm when I was not yet past the second hill. Regret loves such arithmetic. It counts distance and would-have-beens. If he'd left one day sooner, if the mule had not gone lame, if he had read urgency into the letter more accurately, if clerks and ledgers and weather and habit had not delayed him. If. Every if sharpened the outline of the lost hour until it gleamed brighter than entire years. For the first week after burial, Jonas functioned through tasks. Visitors had to be received, grain accounted for. A boundary dispute with the lower field could not be postponed simply because sorrow had arrived. Animals required feed. The roof truly did need patching. Practical life, which seems obscene in fresh grief, later becomes one of the few rails along which the mind can move without falling apart entirely. At night, however, the missed hour returned. He imagined his father asking for him. He imagined his mother looking down the road toward a sun not yet visible. He imagined the final room full of unfinished words, waiting specifically for his arrival. His mother, seeing the look on him after several such nights, said once while slicing pears, "He was in and out by the end." Jonas nodded too quickly, as if information could close what longing had opened. A day later she added, "He said your name, yes. He also asked whether the north fence had been fixed, though it had been fixed for months." Again Jonas nodded. These details should have helped. They did not. Because regret, when deep enough, does not actually seek facts. It seeks a shape large enough to hold self-blame convincingly. One evening, after the final visitors had stopped coming and the house had settled into a quieter grief, Jonas walked up the back hill to the old shrine stone where his father used to rest tools on summer afternoons. The path smelled of crushed thyme. The grass had begun to bronze at the tips. Below him the farm lay in shadow, except for one window in the kitchen where his mother moved slowly through lamplight. An old monk from the neighboring valley had agreed to stay the week and recite memorial chants in the mornings. The monk, named Tenzin, climbed the hill more slowly than Jonas, but arrived without appearing burdened by the slope. He stood beside him for a while, looking down at the fields. Then he said, "You are trying to live entirely inside one missing hour." Jonas gave a hard breath that was almost a laugh. "Isn't that the hour that mattered?" Tenzin leaned on his stick. "It mattered. But your sorrow is making it greedier than truth." The sentence landed roughly. Jonas turned. "Greedy?" "Yes." The monk's voice held no insult. "It wants to eat the whole relationship and leave only the last absence." Wind moved through the dry grass. Below them, a gate clicked. Jonas stared toward the house because looking directly at clarity can feel like standing too near flame. "My father asked for me," he said. "I do not doubt it. I should have been there." Perhaps. The answer startled him by its lack of softness. Tenzin went on. "Many things should have happened differently in a human life. Sons should arrive sooner. Fathers should learn tenderness earlier. Mothers should write more clearly when death is near. Weather should wait. Bodies should not fail. Yet reality is rude to should.
Jonas closed his eyes. The monk's voice softened then. But tell me this. If you reduce your father's love to one missed bedside hour, do you honor him? Or do you merely honor your own anguish? No one wants that question asked at the exact moment it becomes relevant. He thought of years his father had lived in verbs rather than speeches, building, carrying, repairing, teaching, warning, enduring. He thought of winter boots found mended by the stove without explanation, of the ox yoke adjusted to fit his smaller teenage shoulders better after one day of him trying not to show pain, of the apricot his father always left untouched until the sweetest one remained, then cut wordlessly in half. The relationship had not been easy, but it had been far wider than one absence. Jonas sat on the shrine stone because his legs no longer wished to pretend strength. The monk lowered himself beside him. They watched dusk complete itself. At length Tenzin said, "Grieve the hour, it is worthy of grief, but do not let it steal all the others." That night Jonas still slept badly. Wisdom rarely works on the body at the same speed it works on the mind. But when the missed hour returned, and it did return, another image came with it. His father's hands repairing a broken latch in rain, while muttering about poor craftsmanship and refusing to go inside until the task was done. On the next night, another image came, then another, not chosen as sentimental medicine, but arriving of their own accord once the mind ceased forcing a whole life through the narrow opening of one loss. Weeks later, before returning to town, Jonas patched the roof himself. The work was awkward. He was out of practice. His hands blistered. His mother criticized his alignment once, then later brought tea without mentioning the criticism again. When he climbed down, evening had gone amber over the field. The farm looked tired and familiar and deeply mortal. He stood for a while in that light, no wiser than other grieving sons, but perhaps slightly less willing to kneel forever before the arithmetic of lateness. His father had died before he arrived. That remained true. But it was no longer the only truth. And because it was no longer the only truth, sleep eventually found a narrow place through which to enter.
By now the night has shown several faces of regret. The letter never sent, the cruel sentence that kept echoing, the tenderness withheld at a doorway, the memory visited so often it became an altar, the missed final hour, the atmosphere of control mistaken for care. These regrets are not identical. Some belong to speech, some to silence, some to lateness, some to years of not seeing clearly what one was creating around others. Yet all of them share a temptation. The temptation is to believe that if we return to the painful place often enough, intensely enough, intelligently enough, we may eventually force from the past the exact answer it withheld the first time, an absolution. an accusation clear enough to settle the case, a sentence so complete it ends all inward movement. But the past rarely gives such gifts. What it may give instead is narrower and more human. It may give us the chance to tell the truth, to stop polishing what should simply be faced, to stop worshiping what should simply be grieved, to stop compressing whole lives into a single hour, or whole hearts into a single failing. And sometimes, if we are very patient, it may also give us this: the realization that remorse is not meant to become a house, it is meant to become a passage. The next story lives near the far end of that passage. It is about an apology that cannot undo, and then the strange, almost invisible moment when regret stops gripping so tightly that the body finally begins to believe for one night that it may rest. Story 6: The Apology That Could Not Change the Past. There was a woman who carried an apology for so many years that it ceased to feel like language and began to feel like weather. Her name was Selah. When she was young, she and her closest friend, Anik, apprenticed together under a textile maker whose workshop sat near the east wall of the city. The room smelled always of dye, wet wool, heated wax, and the faint mineral scent of stone floors, washed before dawn. They spent whole days stretching fabric, counting threads, tending vats, and learning that beauty, like truth, is often made by repetition patient enough to look unremarkable from the outside. He was steadier than Selah. Selah was brighter. Together they moved through youth with the easy intimacy of those who assume life will continue offering one another back indefinitely. They shared bread, finished one another's complaints, borrowed shawls without asking, argued about colors as if color itself were morality. Once, during a summer heat so intense the wax softened in its bowls, they snuck to the river after work and waded in ankle-deep, still wearing rolled hems, laughing at nothing good enough to repeat later. Then ambition entered between them. Not all at once, not with horns and smoke and an obvious villain's face. It entered quietly, dressed as opportunity. The master weaver announced he would select one apprentice to oversee commissions from the governor's household. The position would mean better pay, higher visibility, future independence. Both women were qualified. Both knew it. Neither said aloud how much she wanted it. Competition does strange things to intimacy. What was once generous can begin measuring. What was once effortless can begin listening for advantage. Selah noticed that the master praised Anik's consistency more often. Anik noticed that clients were drawn to Selah's instinct for color and invention. Each woman tried, in her own way, to remain noble. Each failed in small, invisible degrees before any larger failure arrived. One evening, when the workshop had emptied and dusk lay purple in the high windows, the master asked Selah to stay behind and review designs. Nothing improper passed between them, nothing even especially secretive. But when Selah emerged, Anik was in the courtyard, latching the side gate. She looked up once. That was all. A glance. Yet Selah, already raw from weeks of comparison, heard judgment in it. "What?" she said. Anik answered, "Nothing. Those are dangerous words when nothing is not what is meant." Selah laughed once, short and bitter. "You have been saying nothing with your face for weeks." The courtyard smelled of cooling stone and dye runoff from the day's washing. A pigeon shifted under the eaves. Anik's hand remained on the gate latch. She said carefully that people begin behaving differently when they want to be chosen. This was not yet accusation, it was unease. Selah could have met it there. Could have said, "I know. I hate what this is doing to me too." Could have spoken with the humility that friendship occasionally begs from those who want to keep it alive. Instead, she answered with the speed of someone who has already chosen self-protection over truth. "At least I want to be chosen for my work," she said, "not for being quietly harmless." The words landed. Anik went still. Selah saw at once that she had not merely defended herself. She had reached for the thing that would wound most precisely. No one slapped anyone. No dramatic tears followed. Anik only nodded once, with a dignity that made the whole moment harder to survive. Then she opened the gate and walked into the street without looking back. The next week, the master chose Selah for the commission post. Anik left the workshop by month's end. They did not repair the rupture. At first, Selah told herself the quarrel had only clarified what was already thinning. She said this to others. Later, more dangerously, she said it to herself enough times that it began to sound like reason. Yet beneath the story she built, another knowledge remained intact. She had struck at generosity because she feared comparison, and once struck, had lacked the humility to go after her friend before pride hardened around the wound. Years passed. She prospered outwardly, opened her own workshop, married a thoughtful man, buried that man after too few years, continued working, grew respected, trained younger women in the craft with more patience than she had once shown her equal. All the while, the apology remained. At first, it arrived occasionally, then on anniversaries of weather, then whenever she saw two apprentices laughing together over shared work, then whenever she heard a woman speak too quickly from envy and watched the sentence leave her mouth before wisdom could stop it. She asked after Anik discreetly over the years, heard that she had moved west, heard she had married a carpenter, then outlived him, heard she taught mending now rather than full weaving because her eyes tired more quickly in close pattern work, heard later that an illness had stiffened one side of her body, though not enough to confine her entirely. All these facts made Sella's apology heavier, not lighter. There is always some irrational part of the heart that believes if one delays long enough, the apology will eventually arrive under ideal emotional weather. In reality, delay only increases the number of conditions under which the truth must finally travel. When Sela was 62, she learned through a merchant's wife that Anik now lived in a village only half a day south of the monastery road. For 3 weeks, she did nothing. Then, one clear morning after a night with almost no sleep, she wrapped bread, dried fruit, and a small packet of tea leaves in cloth and set out. The road south moved through low fields where spring irrigation had already darkened the edges of new growth. The sky was pale and wide. Her knees complained at descents and forgave her at level stretches. Twice she almost turned back, not because she feared cruelty from Anik. She feared something more difficult, ordinariness. The apology meeting. No grand music, no cleansing storm, no soft arrangement of face that would let Sela know exactly what had been forgiven and what had not. That fear, though less dramatic, is often what keeps truth delayed. Anik's house stood behind a row of fig trees. The gate was simple, well repaired. A low bench rested under the window where herbs dried on a line. When Sela knocked, a neighbor's child peered around the corner first, then vanished. After a moment, Anik herself opened the door. Time had unmistakably touched her. So had illness. One shoulder sat lower, one hand opened less easily than the other. But the face remained recognizably the face from the dye yard years ago, clear-eyed, composed, with a reserve that had never required distance to feel dignified. For a long breath, neither woman spoke. Then Sela said, "I have come very late." Anik looked at her, and in that gaze there was memory, caution, weariness, and something almost like amusement at the stubbornness of human timing. "Yes," she said, "you have." But she opened the door wider. Inside, the room smelled of dried mint, clean wood, and old books whose pages had been turned enough to soften at the corners. Light entered through woven shade and made a patient geometry on the floor. A kettle sat warm near the hearth. 2 cups were brought, bread was set out. Formality did what formality often does in difficult meetings. It gave grief somewhere to place its hands. When the first tea had been poured and sipped, Sela said plainly, "I spoke from envy and pride. I wounded you because I feared being measured beside you. I have carried that for years. I do not ask you to change what happened. I only wanted to stop hiding from the truth of it." Anik lowered her cup.
The room held stillness without hostility. This, Sela realized, was the mercy and the difficulty both. The apology had arrived not into theatrical emotion, but into the ordinary room of another person's life. At length, Anik said, "You did wound me." Sela bowed her head. The words hurt. They also relieved. Denial would have been unbearable kindness. Anik went on. Not only because of that sentence, because you never came after it. The sentence cut. The silence told me it had not been accidental enough to regret quickly. Sela closed her eyes once. That is true. Another silence passed. Outside, a hen fussed somewhere beyond the wall. A cartwheel went by on the road. A fig leaf tapped the window lightly in the breeze. Then Anik said something Sela would remember for the rest of her life. "I did not keep waiting all those years for you to arrive," she said. "You must understand this. The life I have lived is not a hallway outside your apology." The sentence was not cruel. It was boundary, honesty, proportion. And because Sela had feared secretly that her arrival would complete some unfinished architecture in both their lives, hearing otherwise stripped her of the last vanity hidden inside remorse. She nodded. "I understand." Anik studied her face for a while. Then, more softly, "But I am glad you came anyway." No embrace followed, no absolving declaration, no dramatic weeping at the table. The two women drank tea, spoke a little of practical years, named a few dead, laughed once, unexpectedly, at the memory of spilled indigo dye staining the master's favorite slippers, and neither of them confessing for an entire week. When Sela rose to leave, Anik walked her to the door more slowly than years before, but steadily enough. At the threshold, Sela said, "I wanted the apology to do more than it could." Anik's mouth tilted, not quite into a smile. "Most people do." Then she added, "Truth does not always repair. Sometimes it only stops the lying." The words accompanied Sela all the way home. At sunset, she reached the monastery road and sat for a while on a flat stone beside the ditch because her legs ached and the sky had turned that soft, exhausted gold, which appears only on days large enough to feel almost borrowed. Nothing externally had been undone. The old friendship had not been restored to youth. The years remained years. Anik's body still bore illness. Sela's heart still bore the knowledge of what envy once made of her mouth. And yet, walking back beneath that tired evening sky, she realized the apology had never truly been meant to unlock the past. It had been meant to end hiding. That did not make it small, it made it precise. That night she slept in fragments, but cleaner ones. There is a difference. Some wakefulness comes from unrest. Some from the body slowly learning there is one less lie to carry through the dark. Story 7. The night regret finally loosened its grip.
In the last story, there is no village anyone can point to on a map, no exact year, no named season certain enough to be entered in a record book. There is only a room at night and a human being lying awake inside it while the mind does what minds have always done when darkness removes the day's distractions. You may imagine this person as a man or a woman, old or not yet old, living in a city apartment where one late train still hums in the distance, or in a country house where bamboo knocks softly against itself in the wind, or in a room very much like your own, where a faint stripe of street light reaches the wall and the body is tired while the thoughts remain unconvinced. What matters is not the furniture. What matters is the weight. For many years, this person believed regret was a duty. Not consciously, perhaps, not in words neat enough to write down, but in the deeper logic by which people live. If a mistake had been serious, then surely the proper response was to continue feeling its seriousness. If someone had been wounded, then surely sleep should not come too easily. If the past could not be repaired, then perhaps the least one could do was remain inwardly vigilant before it, as a night watchman stands before a gate long after the town itself has gone quiet. So the person stayed watchful, night after night, not always over one thing, sometimes over many. A harsh sentence, a silence that lasted too long, a chance not taken, a chance taken wrongly, someone left unanswered, someone loved badly, a door closed in pride, a bedside missed, an apology delayed. At first, these regrets arrived separately. Later, they began to gather not as a list, but as a climate. The body would lie down and almost immediately a tightening would start in the chest. Not pain exactly, more like the remembered shape of bracing. The jaw would hold. The breath would remain in the upper ribs. The mind, finding no task urgent enough to replace old sorrows, would turn toward them by habit. This is the part people often underestimate. Regret is not always a blazing feeling. Often it is mechanical, a path worn by repetition, a gate the mind continues approaching because it has approached it so many nights before. One evening, after many such nights had come and gone, the person sat by the window and understood something small but decisive. Nothing new had happened that day. No revelation had arrived. No external forgiveness had been offered. No dream had corrected the past. And yet the body was tired in a way deeper than usual. Not merely sleepy, tired of standing guard, tired of returning to the same ruins in ceremonial silence, tired of believing that pain unattended for one night would mean love had failed, or conscience had gone soft. Outside the window, the world was very ordinary. A late cyclist passed, curtain moved in a neighboring room, a dog barked once, clouds crossed a nearly full moon and thinned again. It was a night without signs, and perhaps that was what made the insight possible. The person understood. Not with triumph, not with the bright click of solved philosophy, but with the weary honesty by which some truths finally enter. That the past had never once asked for this endless vigil. The vigil had been self-appointed. That did not make the mistakes unreal. It did not make the losses imagined. It did not excuse a single wound, but it did reveal that somewhere along the years, remorse had expanded past its rightful size and become identity. The person had stopped merely remembering pain and started living as its caretaker. This understanding did not instantly bring peace. Important things rarely arrive so cheaply. Instead, it brought a kind of stillness, like the moment in a room after a clock stops, when one realizes the ticking had been constant enough to disappear until its absence becomes suddenly vast. The person went to bed, lay down, waited as always for the first old thought to arrive. It did. Of course it did. The mind presented a face from years before, then a sentence, then another room, then the old familiar urge to lean in, replay, adjust, accuse, defend, reopen. But instead of following the sequence all the way to its usual end, the person asked inwardly, "What if nothing needs to be solved tonight?" The question was simple. It carried no music, and yet it altered the air. Another thought came. What if keeping watch is no longer the same thing as keeping faith? The body did not answer. Bodies rarely answer in words, but the jaw loosened once, then tightened, then loosened more. The breath, still suspicious, moved lower by degrees. A hand, resting over the ribs, felt the small, uncertain labor of the heart. Memory still appeared. The old faces, the old rooms, the old failures. Yet now they seemed less like magistrates and more like weather passing over a field that did not have to rise and kneel for each cloud. The person understood then that regret may remain part of a life without remaining its ruler. A true sorrow can still be true when no one is chanting before it. A mistake can stay acknowledged without requiring nightly worship. A lost hour can stay lost without eating all the hours around it. An apology can matter without changing history. A memory can remain meaningful without becoming a shrine. A harsh sentence can remain regrettable without being repeated forever in the body as proof of moral seriousness. The room darkened further, the moon shifted. Somewhere distantly, water knocked once in a pipe or bamboo stem and fell quiet again. The person lay still and imagined, not dramatically, simply, an old gate. The gate stood in darkness, Behind it, perhaps, waited all the unanswered things of a human life, all the words never returned, all the moments one could not re-enter, all the people no longer reachable in the old ways. For years the person had stood at that gate, listening. Tonight, without anger and without revelation, there came at last the willingness to step back, not to abandon truth, not to betray love, only to stop asking the dark for a perfect sentence before rest could begin. The gate remained. The past remained. Nothing had been rewritten. And yet the bee, perhaps recognizing before the mind did that its watch had finally been shortened, gave one long, deep exhale, the kind that enters only when some small interior permission has been granted. Then other. The thoughts still passed, but now they passed across a wider sky. And because they passed rather than ruled, sleep approached, not as conquest, not as reward, as mercy, the sort of mercy that comes when a burden is not thrown away, only set down for the night beside the bed like an old coat no longer needed indoors. Perhaps sleep arrived quickly, perhaps slowly. No one watching from outside could have said. What mattered was this. For the first time in many years, regret did not have the last word before darkness deepened. Breath did. Quiet did. And somewhere in that quiet, the old watchman sat down, closed tired eyes, and let the gate remain closed until morning. Now the night has carried us through 7 different rooms of regret. The unsent letter, the harsh words spoken too quickly, the tenderness withheld, the memory visited too often, the late arrival, the apology that could not undo, and finally the simple loosening by which the heart grows tired of standing guard before the same old gate. Perhaps one of these stories felt close to your own life. Perhaps several did. Or perhaps they only brushed against something unnamed, something your body has been carrying more quietly than your mind has admitted. Whatever the case, you do not need to solve it now. You do not need to untangle every old sentence before sleep comes. You do not need to force the past into clarity tonight. If there is a letter that can no longer be sent, let it rest. If there is a sentence you wish had never been spoken, let it rest. If there is a memory you have turned toward too many nights in a row, let it grow dim for now. If there is an apology that matters, it will still matter in the morning. Nothing true is betrayed by one night of rest. So let the jaw soften. Let the tongue rest. Let the breath leave without being watched too closely. Let the shoulders sink. Let the old gate close in darkness without needing to be opened again tonight. And if sleep comes, let it come not because everything has been repaired, but because the heart for this one night has agreed to stop asking for a perfect answer. Rest well.